Alright guys, we got audio, we got video, we got a stream. And I'm up on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and blah 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 blah, Kick. But assuming that I remember, and I might not, we will turn Rumble, or excuse me, turn YouTube and Twitch off eventually, and just be exclusively on Rumble and Kick. I have chats up for everything at the moment, so that's no longer a problem. I'm really happy that I finally got that taken care of. I lost this ship so many times, guys. Let me kind of give you I guess an overview of where I'm at. I don't know if I can find it. There is a history that will show you what you paid. My wallet overview. It's not overview. You can see though, almost 25% in transfers. That's the penalty of how often I lost that ship. I can't narrow this down to just payments, repair bill, reprocessing, skill purchase. Oh wow, you have a lot of ways that you can break this down. What about player donation? There we go, you can see 12,000, 10,000, 25,000, 50,000. I'm not quite sure what happened here, but I believe I paid 65 million back, and then had to borrow another 12 mil. Because I kept losing ships. Well, I think the next 12 mil was to get an MTU and get some other ships outfitted. Also, I wish I could find it. It is somewhere in here. I saw it before. Scourge. And I wanted to show you so I could get the number of times accurate. But I don't want to. We're not going to spend too much. We're not going to spend more time on that. It's taking too long. Basically, I lost this ship like 6 times. One time, this is an assault frigate. It's the Hawk. I think it can run most tier 3 missions, but I lost it on one tier 3 mission. I think perhaps I didn't know how I was supposed to approach that. I don't know if I'm remembering correctly or not, but it seems like it was one I was supposed to rush a gate. I'm not supposed to stick around and fight, and I stuck around and fought, and I was doing good. but I got zapped at the end, and so I have not been running tier 3 missions since, because I don't want to risk losing this ship again. And look at what I've got on me right now. I'm at 26 mil, and I owe 22 to my other character. I took a loan of 65 mil from him. I paid that back. I took another loan of 22 mil. I have not paid that one back yet. And this is a $46 million ship. So I don't want to lose it. I've been running nothing but mission level 2s. I can run it in my Caracal also. My Caracal is not set up to run level 3s yet because I haven't trained the heavy assault missiles. He is using light missiles, which makes him very good at level 2s, but not so great at level 3s. Hey, Extreme Bra, how are you, man? Nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. And I'm just explaining where I'm at with Eve right now. And with the mate, I take it you're from the UK. It's always nice to see people from across the pond. I like that. I've got a few overseas viewers, including one in Portugal, and I used to live overseas, so it's always fun for me to meet people from abroad. Anyway, moving on, I also found that most tier 3 abyssals, or tier 2, excuse me, well, let me think about that. I think tier 2 I was doing pretty good also, but there was one specific kind of abyssal, a specific kind of enemy. I don't know if it was a battleship or what, but I could not take it down. and that killed me. So I backed it off to tier 1. I think it's the calm level. Ah, you're from Portugal too, huh, Tutabine? I don't know Portuguese super well. But I know a little bit. So nice to see you. And what was I saying? Yeah, so that was the calm level. So I, out of an abundance of caution, backed that down to all the way to tier 0 at the Tranquils. So that's what we're going to do right now. My plan for tonight is to run some Tranquils and see how much ISK I'm making per hour. I've done this before, but I always like to kind of test it. And we're probably not going to do it for an hour, so I'm going to have to extrapolate that information. And then after that, I want to run a comparison between running tier 2 missions as quickly as possible and not doing any salvaging, and then running tier 2 missions and doing salvaging to find out which one am I doing better at. I ran that test off screen earlier today, and the result I got, so this will be to validate the result that I already have. This has only been one test, and one test is never enough. But no salvage, and I did this for an actual hour each. Well, you know, it's roughly an hour. I didn't mind if I went a little bit over time. But 3.6 million versus 4 when salvaging. I got more missions done, of course, with no salvage, but I made more money salvaging. And a lot of these salvaging missions were actually drones, which don't give any loot. Right, so I think that that's it's even a more wide discrepancy if I were to get missions like I got on this one, where I'm getting loot from pirates. So all that said, let's go ahead and let me double check my inventory. I do have 12 Tranquils. I have 1 calm here, but I'm just going to run the Tranquils. So we're going to head for my abyssal site, which is Ohamine. Set destination, undock, and once we get in place, then I'll start the timer. I'm going to sleep. It's like 2:55 here, so drop the like, by the way. Hey, I appreciate Extreme Bra. Have a wonderful rest, and I hope you have a terrific day tomorrow, man. Thank you for dropping by, and thank you for the like. Boso mañana. Here we go.
Warp drive active.
So we're a few jumps away, actually. Oh, I think that's Ohamine is how I would say that. I have really been enjoying this game. It is probably the game I'm playing the most right now, and that includes Elden Ring, which I'm recording currently. But I only play Elden Ring whenever I record. This game I've been playing whenever I'm streaming, and I've been playing it off stream as well. I think it is a terrific game for me to be playing on the lead up to Starfield. It gets me in the right mood, you know. I can pretend like this is the character I'll be playing in Starfield. It's a space game, you know, and it just kind of sets the tone a little bit. It sure does feel like a long 3 weeks. I wasn't this excited about Starfield until just a couple weeks ago, and now it's like I can't hardly wait. Last night I was actually entertaining the insane. So to understand this, let me say first, and I've said this on other streams before, I don't normally buy games day of. I definitely don't pre-order. I typically wait 3 months. that to me is my sweet spot. If I wait for 3 months after a game has released, I feel like you've got a ton of people on YouTube down at the granular level, not just the big YouTubers. I don't necessarily trust the big YouTubers 100% because they have sponsorships. They are paid by the companies that make the games to do reviews on those games, and they always say that they're free and clear to make their own judgment. And really, to be quite honest, I tend to believe them. But there's that aspect about access journalism lying in the background that I'm not 100%. So my preference then, it's not that I don't listen to big YouTubers. I most definitely do. They're big YouTubers for a reason. They're on top of their game. They know what they're doing. They know how to do a presentation. And they know how to do a critique, you know? But I really like to see the small YouTubers talk about their impressions, because that I feel like I can trust it 100%. And if I can get a consensus amongst the small guys that lines up also with the larger guys, I feel like I'm pretty close to as close to a universal truth as you can get in something as subjective as do you like this game or not, you know? So that's my normal MO. Wait for 3 months. With Starfield, about a month ago, I started to get a little bit excited. And I thought, well, I'll wait until 2 weeks after release. I think actually I started at a month. Then I dropped it to 2 weeks. Now I'm at day of. And I'm telling you, last night I researched to see how much it cost to get the early deluxe version that allows you to access the game 6 days early or 5 days early on September 1st. And then I thought to myself, I was like, no, that's crazy. Don't do that. That's nuts. You know, I mean, that's for some people, but not for somebody oriented in the way that I just told you about. That's a needless expenditure for me. That's a whole lot of extra cash for a 5-day jump start that I don't think I need. All the other little goodies that come with it, I could care less about. I am not one of those types. I'm not one of those collector people or anything like that. I don't have toys on my wall. I'm not making fun of that at all. I think it's kind of cool, as a matter of fact, but I don't have any displays or anything like that. So it would literally just be paying the extra money for the 5-day early access. And fortunately, Reason grabbed a hold of me, and I was like, no, I will exercise discipline and not let this hype get a hold of me to that level. That is the whole game about, you know, selling, I don't know, like, it's the same concept behind cosmetics and stuff, where the companies really just, I don't want to say they're pumping you for money, because they're providing a product, and for some people that is worth it. They're collectors. They want everything. They've got the money to spend on it. And so that's who the company is targeting, but it is a little bit like gambling in that it tends to grab a hold of people who are not of that type just because the hype train got a hold of them. And for that person, it's typically a bad expenditure. And so that's what I mean. So anyway, the whole point being, I'm really excited about Starfield. I'm very hopeful. I am totally mentally prepared for it to be a slow, maybe even a rough start. That seems to be the Bethesda normal, you know, but they're also pretty good about patching it. And anyway, I'm prepared for all that, and I'm just excited about how big the game is, the fact that it's designed for you to play for years on end. I think they have the playground available to really build into the universe with future DLC and stuff. It's a huge universe, so we'll see. I'm excited. We'll see how it goes. I am going to buy a day of. Okay, so we're going to use Tranquil Dark Filament here, but I need to drop my chat for a second to get my timer going. It's a countdown timer of an hour, so I'll bring my chat back up because that timer will give me a ringer. It'll ring or buzz. Okay, here we go. Oh, you know what? I can't do that yet. We need to form fleet. I can X out of that, minimize that, right click that, use Tranquil, activate for fleet, and a little bit of a slow start, but not too much. Not so much that I want to start it over again. We're just ballparking it. It doesn't have to be exact to the second. Okay, I am using Rage rockets. I just realized I probably should have shown you my fit. We're gonna straight up approach this guy because he's gonna try and kite us. We need to be inside 8,000, and we can open fire with everything we got. We might not hit him until inside 5, actually. It looks like that's going to be the case. But we are going to catch this dude. We're faster than him. So at about 5,500 is where we start hitting him. Okay, let's head for the biocombinative, I think is what it's called. Cache. We can reload on our way there. We can buff up our shields. Okay, pulse that off. I probably ought to, if I'm going to be, this is my moneymaker right here, Abyssals. I want to eventually get to level 4 missions, and I want to try DED ratting also to find out if those outdo Abyssals, but this is easily my moneymaker. And so if this is going to be what I'm doing most of the time, oh, I need to lock that up. Then I probably need to swap out for a micro warp drive. And I just have not done that because I'm running this and missions, and I like the lower signature radius for the missions. Okay, pop the afterburner back on. So just a little bit slow on attempt number 1 here. What happened here? There we go. Okay. And approach. Lock that up. Lock these guys up. And this time we will orbit. There we go. Get them. Okay, now on to the next guy. Oh, whoops. The Tranquils really are cake for this guy. I think I should be real safe in a T1. This is a T0. T2 though, that one fight, I need another answer. So I probably all I need to do is research. But I have lost so many ships in such a short amount of time, and I'm now, you know, I'm in debt. I want to get clear of that. I want to build up a nice nest egg of cash, and so I just wanted to take it easy, dial it back, and play it safe for a little bit. Okay, loot all that, and now we can jump the gate. And let's reload all while we pulse our shields. There we go, shields are good to go. Leave the afterburner on. We are totally cap stable. I have all the skills needed for this ship to be flown at a very high level. I'm not a good pilot myself, but I have the skills for the fit. Okay, we're gonna get onto this dude. Spark Needle Teslas. And open fire. Next guy. And it really is easy peasy. At this level, I just simply am not concerned about survival. I am just going for speed. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, head for the gate, and that should be the end of run number 1. If we, I got these from Aceface. If you look up AC Facey, I believe, in his bio, you can copy these filters. So if we filter down to Abyssal Loot, I've already got let's just round up to 4.5 mil. You gotta really round down. We probably got more closer to 4 mil there. The market never pays what the estimate is.
Drive active.
So that's run number 1. I have enough filaments to make 4 runs, not counting what we might find inside. So if we stack all, did I get any? No, not this time. Okay, so we can use, activate, and go ahead and jump in, and let me open my fit and see if I can condense this down. Maybe put it off to the side. You guys can kind of take a look at that, so you can see what my stats are and what I'm running. I got the fit from Aceface, so it should be a popular fit. Turn the afterburner on. We got a Strike Lance Tesla. I'm gonna orbit him. He's an interceptor like we are, I believe. Pretty beefy shields from the looks of it. Okay. Wow, he was actually fairly strong across the whole spectrum. Definitely weaker in the hull, but not, wet tissue paper weak. That and move on to the second room. I'm watching the stream on Twitch and it seems pretty smooth. It looks good. I think YouTube looked a little bit blurry to me, but so to me the Twitch stream looks better. I don't know what Rumble and Kick look like, but I have watched them enough times that I'm pretty confident in both. Reload. Lucid H's. If I remember right, they hit pretty hard. Of course, we're speed tanking them pretty good at 1,200 meters per second. And my tracking looks to be better. I've also improved in skills since you guys last saw me. Now, some of them are not relevant. Some of them are... No, not that. Here we go. Some of them are scanning skills, for example. Oh, that's the other thing I did want to show you, though, because I have been... Well, I'll talk about it here in a little bit. It has to do with reaching level 3 mastery on the frigate. That's something I had mentioned in the last stream. I'll recap you guys on what my idea with that was, and I've been really happy with how that's gone. Go ahead and pulse the shield on. Shield regen. Oh wait, yeah, it must have already been on. Try that again. There we go. Okay. Lock all of these up. Reload. It's a bad time for a reload. We're right on top of this thing. Okay, not too much wasted time there. That actually went pretty good. That's the origin conduit. So you guys can see I'm cap stable. You saw the stats. I've had this up for this whole run, so we're going to go ahead and close it now. Let me mouse over these just in case you guys are wondering what they are. You can pause it and look if you're really interested. But it takes a lot of skills to be able to fit it. See, I only have 0.9 CPU left and 0.6 on the power grid. So we'll X that out. Let's see, reload all, head to site 1, and stack all.
Active.
There we go. Okay, so my idea, I had a theory that occurred to me. It was sometime this year. But I think it was early in the year. I believe it was January, as a matter of fact, right about the time my uncle got me this Omega account. And Eve, the way that it does its skill progression system is already set up to give you the length of time needed to feel the progression of your character. Because everybody knows, anybody who's played games for a while, if you blitz through leveling up something, you really lose out on all of the power creep, feeling your character get more and more powerful. It happens so fast, you miss that. So that's an aspect that I really enjoy, and I found a way to enhance that further. Now, this isn't for everybody, and I would maybe even say it's not for most people. But I like RPGs, and so I like character progression, stuff like that. And the way that I found to make this happen is to, for the most part, shun getting into larger ships until I've reached Tier 3 mastery certificates for the current ship. So that's what I'm working on right now. There we go, we're getting a hold of them now. For the frigate. Now I did go ahead and climb into an assault frigate. That took a lot of training. But I did it. And I'm almost done with the Tier 3 mastery, and it's been fun just kind of watching all the skills check off. I didn't actually start doing that as a means of lengthening the time that I'm in a ship and thereby making me sort of feel like my guy has been piloting the same kind of ship for a while and has mastered it, and now he's ready to move on to the next phase. That's more of a role-playing aspect, I think, and that's not what I had in mind at first, because I'm not a natural role player. I'm not very well versed in it, but I've been playing RPGs long enough that I've picked some things up, I think. The first reason that I did that for was I was looking for a way to find out, how do I identify which skills I should be training without going through a whole lot of internet research or using third-party tools to put together specific training plans. How do I figure this out for myself? And that was the thing I came up with, was just simply looking at the mastery certificates and saying, okay, well, I need to check these off then. Because I have heard that with Eve, just because you can fly a ship doesn't mean that you should. You could get killed in that ship real fast because you don't have all the requisite support skills for it. So, you know, I've heard that for a long time with Eve, so that's something that's always on my mind. So then these mastery certificates seemed like the way to go. And boy, has that been a dream come true for me. I think that's worked out really well. It's acted as a good guide for me on which skills to select. It's all organized in a really, really terrific manner. Let's go ahead and bring ship info up. I'll bring this off to the side here so you guys can just take a look at it. But you can see I checked off all of Tier 1, and here they are. Here's all the skills and each subcategory. Oh, here. Oh, loop. Did I get it? Yes, I did. All right. I'm kind of splitting my attention, so this isn't the most efficient run. It'll be a good approximation, though. So you can open up each of these categories. They'll show you, you know, there's 4 skills in this one. I've got 4 of 4. They're all checked off. And so now I'm on Tier 3. And I'm currently working on the small missiles subgroup. That's what I've got loaded up in my training queue right now. And you can see that I'm currently training missile bombardment level 4, and that'll be done in 6.5 hours or so. So some of these missile skills I have trained recently, and so my missiles are reaching a little bit further, they're a little bit more accurate, and the explosion radius is more on point, so that small ships specifically have a harder time avoiding them, or maybe that's the one that I'm working on now. No, this one's for range. So I decided that Tier 3, Level 3 Mastery would be a good spot to reach if my pilot was going to be considered by the Caldari Navy for promotion. You know, and then level 4, level 5, these are elites. These guys can probably fly multiple ships, but they're the best in the small ships or something to that effect, right? Level 4 and level 5 are going to be considered elite, but level 3 mastery, I'm just kind of making this up in my head, but I look at the skills that are involved. And I consider, okay, if you're at this level with a small ship, you're probably ready to climb into a larger ship and have the supportive skills necessary. Like, easily have it, right? And I don't think that the Caldari Navy would be rushing pilots up unless it was wartime and you're losing people really fast. You know, things of that nature, I guess, would cause you to rush recruits forward. But, anyway, I just established tier 3 as my goal, so I'm almost done with that. I gotta tick off the small missile package, and then I have one skill in tackling, propulsion jamming. That'll take me 13 hours to train, and then I'm ready to climb into that Caracal and set it up for heavy assault missiles. Shortly after that, I should be able to, as soon as I can afford it, I think I'll be able to jump into a Drake,
active.
which is still a cruiser, but it's a, I think it's called a battle cruiser. And Drakes for sure can handle level 3s and level 4s. And I'm going to be excited about that. So you can see also I've learned things since I was on stream last, because I've got my directional scanner up here all the time, and I'm scanning at 360 degrees and 5 AU. Might be useful to go 10 AU. But we're looking good. We're out in dead space. Nobody's around us. Tranquil Dark. Okay, this is the last one. So use, activate. Let me get these reloaded. Oops. Select Abyssal Trace and jump in. And we can stack all here. Got one Tranquil Dark that we found inside one of these. Afterburner on. Let's get that one little pulse right there. That's good. Okay, again, that Lancer's gonna try and kite us, so we're just gonna chase him straight down. 8,000, 7,000, 6,000. Right there. Okay. Head for the loot. Go ahead and pulse the shield booster. These are such terrific looking ships. Man, I had a great time. I had this awesome thing happen yesterday. I'll describe it to you guys. Oh, that's a little bit too much. That's overkill. No kill like overkill. So, I bought an MTU because I wanted to test what I was talking about earlier. Do I make more money when I'm salvaging? Especially at level 2. I kind of figured I would at level 3, or excuse me, level 4, but I didn't know about the lower levels. So I was going to test that. I bought the MTU. I had to borrow money to do it from my other character. And then my other character is actually an alpha. And who am I going to go after here? Let's go after this guy right here. Okay, what are you? Actually, you. Okay, we're all set. And I messed up and did not at a location whenever I got to the mission site. I realized it as soon as I warped back to dock, but unfortunately I had left my MTU out there that I had just bought. I just spent 12 mil on 12 mil that I had to borrow for, right? And so I had to go research, and I found that they, well, for one, they can be stolen at any time, so you can lose it at any moment, or they could be destroyed by another player, not necessarily an NPC, I don't think, but another player. But if they're not, they have a natural 2-day decay time, at which time they will self-destruct. So I knew I had 2 days, so I went on the internet and I researched. Or that was part of my research. I learned that while researching. And I learned how to scan down an MTU. It took me a little while. It was something I had to learn about. I had to do some. I also had to train some skills in order to put combat probes up, and I had to borrow more money to get the combat probe, the probes and the launcher. And then I jumped in my Heron and I came out and I followed this guide, and I slowly was able to track down 2 different MTUs in my system, but neither one was mine, unfortunately. I started with the directional scan, and then I switched over to the combat probe scan once I had it pinpointed pretty much. And so I actually performed the operation successfully, and I did it twice. It was a pain in the neck. But one of those MTUs, I warped out to it thinking it was mine, because it just says mobile tractor unit. It doesn't say whose it is or anything like that. Not as far as I know. And then I clicked on it, and I finally saw where it had the owner's emblem next to it, you know, like his picture and his name. And so that's why I went off and I scanned the system again, and I found a second one, but I couldn't even reach that one because it was behind a Stargate that wouldn't let me warp. But I knew that because of that, because I had not turned the mission in yet, I knew that it could not have been mine. That was somebody else's, because that was not my Stargate. Otherwise, it would have let me go, since I hadn't turned the mission in yet. So I went back to the one that had the picture on it, and I was actually thinking to myself, because I was so frustrated about losing an MTU, I couldn't find this thing. I was worried that somebody had stolen it. I thought maybe even the guy whose picture was next to it might have been the one that stole it, and I was gonna rip this thing off. And I don't do that in Eve. I don't do what I would call bad guy stuff like that, right? That's why it sounds really cheesy to you guys, but it's just true. It's not something that tends to appeal to me. I would have to be pushed in that direction. This was one of those cases. So I warped back out to it. I already had it saved on my my probe, whatever you call it, menu. Went back out there, approached it, and did a quick, well, I selected it, and then I did a quick look around, like this, you know, not that fast, but you get what I'm saying, this in this kind of direction. And I didn't see anybody there, and so I was like, you know, I'm gonna go for it. And so I went to go locate it, and I couldn't find that sucker. And so I thought, well, I mean, I thought it was right out to the left or to my right, but maybe it's up. And so I pivoted my camera up. Okay, we're done. Let me look at what the time is. I'll finish that story here in just a second. Oh, good. We're right at about 30 minutes, so we should be able to get a good measurement off of this. A good measurement. So Abyssal Loot, we're at 10.6 mil. That's in 30 minutes. So I think I could make about 20. I could make about 20 mil an hour. Well, we need to go and turn it in to JITA and see what it actually says there at JITA. because that's how I measure it. So I need to open up personal assets, select Moon 4, set destination, go ahead and take off.
Warp drive active.
So I pivoted up like that, just like that. And there was a flipping Praxis sitting right on top of me. Now, I've owned a Praxis before, but the awesome thing about this was that I was able, in Eve, I normally have a hard time getting a judge of scale because I'm a solo player. Every ship I'm in looks like this. Doesn't matter how big the ship is, it always looks kind of like this. You can zoom in, zoom out as far as you want. And I could see my little Hawk with this enormous Praxis sitting right over the top just watching me like, hey buddy, what you about to do? You know? And it had to have been, it was really close. It was right on top of me. And it had to have been, I'm gonna say, 5 times the size of my Hawk. And so I was able to get this scale of a ship that I've flown before on another character. And it was so awesome to see how big and intimidating that ship looks when you can get a sense of scale. So I'm hoping that Starfield will allow for that. I know that I felt like Skyrim gave you a great sense of scale, but what Bethesda has been really good at in its games is the sense of scale of the entire world, the environment. And what I'm looking for is a sense of scale for your ships. And I'm wondering if they're going to give you a way to get a glimpse of that from time to time. So as you move up to bigger and better ships over time, I'm assuming it works that way. Or maybe it's not bigger and better, it's just, what do you need? Do you need a freighter? Do you need to build a freighter, or do you need to build a Corvette for courier missions, you know? But at any rate, I'm thinking there's going to be different size ships, and I want to be able to sense that difference in scale. And that's what was really awesome about this encounter. That was just absolutely phenomenal. And yeah, I don't know if I could replicate that. I've never had an experience like that in Eve. I've seen my ship in relation to ships coming out of a dock, but you got a big space station. It's just flat out not the same. It's not the same as pivoting your camera up and then seeing this thing just sitting on top of you like a hawk. I mean, that's ironic because my ship is a hawk, but it felt like a rabbit looking up, and then there's a hawk right above it. You didn't see the shadow, you didn't hear a screech. That hawk's been, or like a rat seeing an owl coming in, like, you know, it's too late. That's probably the best example. A field mouse seeing an owl, because owls are silent whenever they swoop in for their kills, or just kind of in general. They're
Docking
quiet.
permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So that was a really terrific experience, and I'd love to see more experiences like that in Eve. That was really cool. Okay, so we're gonna pop open the inventory here. We're gonna we're gonna hit Control A to select everything, and then hold Control and deselect my missiles. And I'm gonna drag those into the item hanger. Over here in the item hanger, I'm gonna right click and sort by, this is a little bit counterintuitive to me, but estimated price reversed. That's gonna show me that these are the most expensive item that I have. That's 6.8 million per. And then this one's $1 million, so everything from there is gonna be less. So it's estimating it at 10.6 mil. I don't think we're gonna get that. We shouldn't. I've never seen this match the estimate. It's always lower. Okay, so that's darn close to 2 mil less than what the estimate is. But 8.8, I guess we could round up to 8.9. Well, if you're gonna round up to 8.9, I guess we could go 9 mil. Let's see, how do I do this? I should be able to do it in my head, but I don't math in public well at all. 8.9 times 2 equals 17.8. Now that was in half an hour. No. I already compensated for that. So it should be about 18 mil an hour. 18 million ISK every 60 minutes is what I'm making from tier 0 abyssals and an assault frigate. Anybody can do this. Aceface has guides out there for how to do it on day 1 in a tier 1 frigate. Your ISK per hour is probably going to drop, especially because your skills on day 1 are really low. But it's going to improve until you reach a plateau. So, 18 mil per hour in T0 Tranquils is pummeling what I'm making in missions. So this is definitely my money maker at the moment. But we can set destination, we can head out to Kakakela. And we will run my mission experiment that I talked about at the beginning of the stream now. Hey Reed, I just now saw your chat, man. I'm sorry, I got really absorbed by the game. Let's see here. Eve is easily the biggest and best game for frickin' years now. Bro, you ain't lying, man. This is GW Reed over on Rumble, guys. This game's been around for over 20 years, and look how well it's kept up. I mean, that to me, that rivals Skyrim, right? And Skyrim has had the benefit of the modding community. Eve has just been what the producers have made. And the upgrades that they've done over the years to graphics and stuff. But the basic model of play that they have, it's so unique. It's absolutely unforgiving. It's harsh on purpose, which forces you really. I'm the exception. I'm a solo player. I'm an introvert. I can sometimes be socially awkward. It's you have to kind of push me into social situations. So I have never joined a corp, but I'm going to. Maybe not right now, and I don't know how long I'm going to be obsessed with Starfield for, but at the point that I jump back into Eve, that's my next plan, is to join a corporation. I need to learn how to do a little bit of PvP. I'm interested in faction warfare. I'm not a huge PvP fan, but I love how faction warfare works on the world, and so that's what draws me into it. And there's just so much more a corporation offers. Let's see here. Gem Rob on YouTube. Man, I've always wanted to play out, but there is no way to balance this and my wife. Yeah, this game is just so grand. Bro, I hear you. This is probably a wise decision on your part. Yeah. You know, but what I was just talking about, Jim, actually, if you don't have the hang-ups that I do with social stuff, if you just joined a corporation, they could probably really shorten your learning curve and pack a whole lot of excitement into a very much condensed amount of time compared to if you were doing it solo. And I'm sure there are corporations out there that have plenty of people that are too busy to be anything other than casual, and they would welcome you anyway. So that might be a route if you're tempted, but yeah, real world's always got to come first, man. Otherwise there's real world implications, you know, and consequences. But good to hear from you, buddy. I hope your evening's going well. That's Gem Rob on YouTube. And so now we are back at home station. And this first run is going to be simple. I don't have to bring along an MTU with me or anything like that. So let me explain again what I'm going to be doing here. I am comparing a run of level 2 missions without salvaging. I will loot if there's anything to loot, but I'm not going to salvage. And I'm going to run that for an hour. And then I'm going to do another hour of level 2 missions, but this time I'm going to bring along an MTU, that's a mobile tractor unit. And I'm going to take the time with the mission turn-in. I'm going to hold off on the mission turn-in. I'm going to hop in my Cormorant, and I'm going to go back to the site to salvage everything. So I just hit the countdown timer for hour number 1. So those are the 2 runs I'm going to make, and we're going to find out how much money. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I need to cancel that timer because we got to check something. I need to bring up my wallet. I have this much ISK, 35.5 mil. So I need to bring up my utilities, and I need to make a note of this right here. So this was what I did off screen earlier this morning. Now, I've only tested it once, but here's the results. No salvaging. I did get more missions done, so if you're just going for rep, that's the way to go. And that makes sense, right? And I got 3.6 mil. Salvaging netted me close to 5.4 mil. Fewer missions, but a lot more ISK. And the thing is that this one up here, the no salvage one, gave me pirates that dropped loot. And this one here, I did a couple missions that were drone intensive, and drones never drop loot. So, that makes that disparity even, oh, what did I do here? There we go. No salvage. Salvage. Okay, let's get the amount that I have right now in, which is 35,538,826. So I know what number to subtract from, or what number to subtract from the total I get here in just a little bit. Okay, so we're going to X out on that. We're going to X out on that. I can close this, and I'm going to start my timer and pop back over to Restream chat. I just know I would choose Eve if I had to make the hard choice between them. Yeah, so maybe just stay away, right? Keep that temptation away. We're going to open up this guy right here. I want to make sure that he's not giving me a Galente. That could throw a wrench in the works. Damsel in distress, that's safe. Okay, undock. These are pirates we're going after. They're not drones, so we should get some loot. Timer's going, and because I'm doing an hour each, this is going to be a long stream tonight. I've already been streaming for an hour, so we're looking at a 3-hour stream. I normally don't do that. Let's see, go to Tadaki.
Warp drive active.
I am in the Hawk, right? Yes, I am. 4,000 rage rockets. We should be good. Should be good. The rage rockets can go quick, but at 4,000, I think I'll be fine. And warp to location.
Warp drive active.
Okay, we're gonna orbit this communications device, comm tower, satellite dish. There's our guy, Cruel. And I'll turn the afterburner on. Send all 4 missile batteries after Cruel. Let's knock him out first and foremost. And he's right at the edge of my range. Coming back around. That's unfortunate that he fell out of range like that. Are we closing again? Yeah, we are. Okay, down goes Cruel. Henchman gets 2 batteries. Henchman gets 2 batteries. Then down goes one of the henchmen. That was fast. Wow. You get 2 batteries. Okay, let's lock up some more targets. Okay, you get 1 battery. Whoops. You get 1 battery. Oh, not yet. You're a bit far out. We're speed tanking basically. We're not taking very much damage. I locked up the wrong guys. They're too far away. Let's just drop all these guys and go for 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. F1, F2, F3, and F4. All 4 of these guys should drop here pretty soon. 2 more Cruel's henchmen. Those are the better ones. Actually, these elites can be pretty strong. They're stout. I'm going to go ahead and turn my shield booster on. Let's lock up 4 more. 3, 4. And these guys are in range. Okay, that's the one that's run out. Just trying to keep everything going. Okay, pulse off the shield booster. Henchman goes down. Battery 1, battery 2, battery 3, battery 4.
A module has run out of charges.
Doggone it. Rockets only take 10 seconds to load, so it's not terrible. The Caracal takes a lot longer. It's like 34 seconds for the missiles to load.
Charges. A module has run out of charges.
I want to get this elite off the board. Same thing with this. Because I'm running out of charges, I just want to evaporate DPS. I want these guys off the field as soon as possible. These are all elites, so they're all taking multiple hits from even a full salvo. That's the last guy, I think. Okay, so we are looking for Pleasure House, I think is what it's called. Slave pens, communication, Cole's Wreck, communication. Man, I didn't see it. Maybe it's the slave pens. I'm just wasting ammo.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
takes a beating.
A module has run out of charges.
I don't know if this was it then. Okay, let's deselect that. That could not have been it. Let's go loot some stuff. Here's another, there it is. There it is right there. Okay. We will loot the cargo container. And I will loot these ships, I'm just not salvaging. Ten janitors. Okay, loot all. Wasted time on the slave pens, but it's okay, we're just ballparking. Cruel's DNA. And, I'm about to read Jamie's text. As soon as I get this loot done. Or chat, I should say. Hope everybody's having a good evening. And that it was the start of a good week for you. Oh, it's Jim Rob again. He's over on Twitch. Okay. Jim, I'll read that chat here in just a second. Loot. Loot. And just so you know, I've really been paying attention to Rumble and Kick. I've not gotten very much traction on Kick, but I've gotten a lot of good, there's just a lot of good things going on at Rumble in my opinion. And it just kind of gets me away from some of the more annoying aspects of Twitch and YouTube. So for example, Twitch will flag me for copyright, you know, for the song that I have for an intro, which is a song, it makes sense. It's a part of YouTube comments. So YouTube is fine with it, but Twitch is not, because they're established, I suppose, and they have eyeballs on them or something like that. But I don't get those problems from Kick or Rumble. So I am really starting to gravitate more towards that. And will probably be streaming exclusively on those platforms at some point in the future. That's a judgment call on my part, so I don't have a time frame for it. But I know that I like the hassle-free environment. It's not even that it's been hassled very much by YouTube or Twitch. It's more the environment gives you a feeling of walking on eggshells sometimes, I think is a good way to put it when it comes to YouTube and Twitch. Okay, so Jim Rob says, just taking a look at your Twitch, you are very good at explaining everything you are doing. Oh, thanks, man. It makes it really easy to understand a game that would normally be hard to follow or watch. Make sure to drink water. Yeah, and I need that advice, man, because I drink cola. I'm not real good at drinking water. I actually kind of hate the taste of water or the non-taste or whatever. So I have to force myself to stay on top of water. I don't really have too many problems with other sugary things. Although here lately, the past few days, I've been eating cookies, but I don't normally. My whole thing, but cola. You know, they say everybody's got a vice, and that one's mine. Cola is it. But thank you, Jim, for the feedback there. That's helpful for me. It's encouraging. I appreciate you letting me know. And also, you know, it's no joke. Thank you for the reminder about the water, because I am one of those people that reminders help on that topic. I don't drink enough of it, and I really need to. Okay, so we're going to view mission, and we're going to complete mission. So we're going to request another, and that's going drone infestation. Okay, so that should be safe to take as well. And before we go, I want to transfer all the cargo except my weapons over into the item hangar. Okay, so we will undock. And set destination. And I would say that's probably my style, Jim. I don't really think of myself as a teacher. How would I put this? My life experience, and I'm not a young blood, so I've got life experience, tells me that I have teaching skills. Like, I know that for a fact. I've never been a teacher, but I've done training before. And I have teaching skills. But I'm not normally the most qualified person at whatever video game I'm playing. I've never been like that my entire life, going all the way back to being a kid playing Super Mario Brothers. I have never been quote unquote good at video games, so I don't usually approach it from a perspective of I'm going to teach you what I'm doing here, because that to me requires a mindset of I know what I'm doing. I'm one of the handful of go-to sources out there that you can find that out from. But what I do just naturally is I do exactly what you're talking about. I describe what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. It may not be the answer, but doggone it, you're gonna know what I'm up to and why, what my reasoning is, you know? And so that's probably what you're seeing at play there. So we got a bunch of drones coming in. I think we're going to orbit this initially, this structure. We'll turn the afterburner on. I do have 7,000 Scourge Javelins on me. They don't hit as hard, but they got better range if I run out of the Rage Rockets. And we'll lock these guys up right here. That looks to be group number 1. We got to destroy the drone silo. And it looks like this guy's going to be, well, they're both, okay, this guy's closing fast. That's good, because I can put battery number 1 onto him right now. Battery 2, battery 3, battery 4. Okay, so we'll approach this guy now. So if you notice, my speed here, because my afterburner and the skills that I have in my afterburner, I think I've got this thing maxed out. It says max velocity with this turned on is 937 meters per second. So this thing without that propulsion is 362, so 937 is a lot. And that's why you call it speed tanking. With a frigate that moves fast, you can get in on larger ships. It's like Star Wars. If you ever watch like the original Star Wars, the X-Wing fighters would get in close to those destroyers because those large cannons are anti-capital cannons. They're not designed to track small frigate-sized ships like an X-Wing. So the X-Wings would get in close and they would orbit them. This is a real-world tactic that was used in the Battle of Britain whenever Britain sunk the Spanish Armada and put their name on the map back in like, gosh, I think it was the 1600s. That the same tactic at work. Britain had small ships. They were known as a backwater at the time. Nobody had any respect for them whatsoever. And the Spanish Armada was the strongest naval fleet in the world to anybody's knowledge. No, I didn't lock him up. Okay, we're gonna... And those British ships just got in close and sailed circles around them in tight and peppered them with small arms fire until they sank the Armada. And that's the same thing at play here. So you'll notice, if you'll watch, if I forget to do something like I just did, where we're not orbiting and I collide with something, and you see my speed go down, that's when you'll see me start taking hits. Because this game tracks all of that. It tracks tracking speed. There's even skills for this that determine how good your pilot is or is not. I'm not on the ball here. Here we go. Okay, this guy's coming in range. This guy's in range. So we can put 2 batteries on each. Or bays, I should say, missile bays. We'll orbit this drone light missile battery. See my speed dropping? But there was nobody. That's because I'm turning. And now we're boosting back up again, but nobody was close enough to shoot me. We're going to put all 4 bays onto this missile battery. And the Rage rockets hit pretty hard. Okay. We'll take down this Render LV. Got him. Now we can double back for these guys. And I think that might be it, unless there's another wave. And there might be. I believe this is going to be the drone silo. No, that's the shipyard. Somewhere over here I should see drone silo. Here it is. We'll lock that up. We are getting close to it. I should hit it right now. Let's orbit it. Okay, got that taken care of. So, one of the things about orbiting a live target is if you blow him up, you're not orbiting anything anymore. So you're going to drop to 0. And if you're fighting a whole bunch of other stuff, it's easy for you to forget. So what I like to do is I like to find something that's in their vicinity. And I want to orbit that. Because this thing is always here. So, Bay 1, Bay 2, Bay 3, and Bay 4. Okay. Set destination. I don't see anything to loot. So we can go ahead and head back. I will reload all my weapons.
Active.
And shield boost until we're back to full. Okay. And then we can dock and turn that mission
Warp drive
in.
active.
I'm guessing we're about halfway through the timer. Let me check. A little more. Less than halfway. It's actually been more like 23 minutes. So
Docking permission
we're
requested.
making good
Docking
time.
Request accepted.
And I'm gonna mute Mike and grab a drink. Okay, you saw we got Damsel in Distress again, so we're getting decent missions. Because a mission like Damsel in Distress is not killing drones. So that means we have a chance for loot. And since I'm not salvaging, that's a big deal. Also, we're doing these missions fast enough that if you look at the wallet, not only are we getting our mission reward, 92,000, but we're also getting a mission time bonus reward of 68,000. And you'll see here in a minute, these are easy to make. These are pretty significant windows. So even if you're taking the time to run back and salvage, you should still get that time bonus. Warped location.
Warp drive active.
All right, let's orbit this, turn the afterburner on, start locking things up. Let's take the henchman out first. That leaves Cruel. Put all 4 bays on him. Here comes a mercenary elite. 2 of them, actually. They got in there fast. And we'll put 2 bays on each of them. I have 4 bays, so that takes all of them. So see, they're good enough that they're hitting us even though we're moving at 817 meters per second. But they're not hitting us for much. This is like in boxing. If a guy throws a punch and you turn your face, you know what? We're not close to these guys anymore. You turn your face with the punch, you take a lot less damage. A lot less. So he's still hitting you, but for a fraction of the power that he normally would. And it's the same concept here. All right, so if you look at my speed, I'm probably dropping because I'm not rotating anything. Oh, nope, I'm just flying in a straight line. Okay, well, we're gonna go rotate around this guy now. Let's see, actually, we're gonna pick this wreck right here, and we're gonna rotate around this wreck. Oh, I got hit pretty hard there. So we will repair. Oh, that is a wreck. So you can see my Hawk, I mean, it's taken a lot of incoming fire, but This is an assault frigate. I've got all the skills. I've got a really good fit in here. Really beefy shields. I am carrying a shield extender on this ship that is meant for a cruiser. These guys keep dodging my targeting. Alright, we're hitting all 4 of them. Only one of them is out of range.
Has run out of charges.
That's the one that ran out of charges. Oh, these guys, they're getting further away. That is the thing I've noticed, that they move in and out of range really fast.
A module has run out of charges.
Annoyingly fast. I want to pulse this off so I can let my capacitor rebuild. I have pretty fast cap recharge. Look at this guy out of range again. Look, I'm sick and tired of that, man. We're gonna actually directly approach him. I'm gonna put all 4 bays on him because this dude's kiting in and out. And I think that that's meant to be a distraction so that his other buddies can get a target on me while I'm trying to chase him down. So we ain't gonna let that mess happen. You're done. Now we're gonna hit this guy hard as nails. 4 bays on him. We're gonna approach him also. You're done. See, they can't yin and yang kind of yaw in and out. Playing cat and mouse with it. Cat and mouse, yeah, that's the right term. Playing cat and mouse with me while their buddies get shots off. So I shut that noise down in a hurry once I found out what was going on there. Is your category set correctly on Twitch? I don't see you in the EVE Online game list of live users. It might not. Thanks for letting me know. I'll have to check that out. Because I run Restream. And Restream changes the title at Twitch, but it does not change the category. Whoops. Let's get up on this guy again. Loot all. Okay, we got it. Move to the next one. We need the damsel, so I have to find the pleasure house again. These missions are actually pretty neat if you take the time to read them. They give you a little story and surrounding context of what's going on. With this one, just working off of memory, we're part of the Caldari state, right? Its real world equivalent is in all likelihood China. This is a kind of corporate capitalism kind of thing. I'm very, very pro-capitalism. Corporate capitalism is not that. And so, and obviously it's the Communist Party over there, right? But it's authoritarian, and it's a very rigid social structure. So what has happened here is that one of the senior members, or let's say maybe a high up, not necessarily senior, of one of these mega corporations that make up the Caldari state, his daughter went missing. Oh, there's the pleasure house right there. And so they believe that she was kidnapped by these pirates. What it was, she kind of like, she didn't run away, she skipped out on the house to go out at night. And she went to a club, and it was this place here. And they believe that the pirates took her, the pirates own this place. And when they saw her, they took her hostage at a minimum. and they think there's a good chance that she was forced into prostitution. So this is actually a human trafficking mission that you're going in to rescue this girl from the clutches of some really bad people. So it's one of my favorite missions in the game. I love this mission, you know. So we get to play the good guy, even though we're part of a very authoritarian state. And the Gallente are based off of Western democracy. And it's really cool that the game seems to, you know, for a game being as old as it is, I don't know how long it's been since they update things, but they do a good job of showing some of the pluses and minuses of each thing. So the Gallente are all about freedom and liberal values and individual liberty up front. That's their rhetoric. But when you look at how the society actually works, it has its elites and it has its have-nots also, you know. So there's what they say, and then there's kind of how it all plays out. And then you have the Amarr Empire. We should be able to, yes, set destination. The Amarr Empire is modeled. None of these are exact mirror reflections of the places that I'm naming. That just seems to be the starting point for an idea, and then the developers added things. So the Amarr Empire seems to be based off of mostly medieval Europe, a feudal system with and it's a theocracy. So its religion is a core aspect of its entire society, and everything revolves around that. But they also incorporate what roughly looks to me to be like the Roman system of slavery. And if you know anything about the Roman Empire, you had kind of, I don't know quite how to put this.
Docking permission requested.
I learned about it in college.
Docking request accepted.
But in Rome, the lowest form of society was to be a slave on the one hand. But they had like two different kinds of slaves. They had the ones that worked in the fields, and those tended to be like punishment. So if they took over a nation that they defeated in war, a lot of times those people were marched right into the fields and put into that kind of a slavery, and that was very arduous and mean, you know. But then they had another form of slave. All right, we're facing Garistas. We don't want to kill Gallente. It hurts your standings, so that eventually, if you just keep on with that, when you go to Gallente space, their NPC military that sits at the gates will shoot and kill you. So you want to make sure you're fighting pirates and not Gallente. But getting back to the Rome thing, the other class of slave was... It's a mistake to say it was a parallel to today's job situation, because it technically wasn't, but that's the closest analogy I can think of. It was professionals. They entered into indentured servitude. The family paid them typically in food and a place to sleep, and they were still a slave, and they knew their place, but they were like a part of the family also, and they provided a professional service. So those kinds of slaves could actually earn their freedom, or just be given their freedom by their owners as an act of appreciation. So that's kind of how the Amarr are set up. They believe that it's not slavery, but instead it's almost like a Buddhist view. It's your next step towards a higher what do they call that? Like a higher state of being. That said, in practice, the way the Amarr society works, these people are treated very poorly. And so the rhetoric is, oh, you're not a slave, you're actually just on step one of understanding where you are in your religious walk. So it's for your own good, right? So that stance says, I don't look at you as a lesser than, I just see you as on a different plateau of your pursuit of God than where I'm at. But in practice, they treat them really bad. And so then that's where you get the Minmatar Republic. The Minmatar used to be slaves of the Amarr, and they were able to break free at one point in time because the Amarr mistakenly picked a fight with the Jove, the Jovians, which is the advanced race of aliens that existed thousands and thousands. They're kind of like the Egypt of our world, where they existed thousands and thousands of years before we got here, and they had technological capabilities that are inexplicable for their perceived capabilities. And so that's actually where we ended up with the technology for Capsuleer pilots. Let's go after this guy right here. Oh, we got too far from him. He was almost dead. I'm gonna deselect these guys. They are not anywhere near me, and I want to hit these guys. Oh, not you. Doggone it. See, they're... Okay, we're gonna have to do the same thing here, because they're dodging in and out of my range. My range is at best 10 kilometers, and it's best at 5,000 meters. Okay, we're gonna go after this guy now. Normally, I don't like to approach directly because just like punching, that makes hitting the target a whole lot easier. It's a direct line of sight, it's a straight shot. You want to orbit, and that makes their guns have to track you more. So you take less damage, but with what I've been facing here lately, it seems like they are in and out of my range a little bit too much for me to be doing that with. And I'm having better luck wiping them off the map by just straight approaching them. Or approaching them straight. Alright, let's go after this guy right here. I elected to orbit him. Let's go ahead and pulse on the shield booster. Just to get this little bit taken care of.
Our module has run out of charges.
Take that weapon off. He got out of range in a hurry. We got some guys that are they're kind of a ways out there. I don't know if I was close to him at one point in time and just missed him because they'd... Okay, Rob. You take care, man. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, Pepsi for sure, man. It used to be Coke, but when they went Coca-Cola, I ditched them. And then from Pepsi, I actually went to SodaStream, which is a million times better. I couldn't do that going from Coke. Coke was too sweet. My taste buds were fixed to that. And so the SodaStream tasted like diet soda to me. But when Coke went what I would call super woke, I boycotted them and I switched to Pepsi. And once I got used to that taste, switching to SodaStream, it tasted the same to me, to be honest. And SodaStream is so much better for me, and that's a major plus for somebody who likes soda as much as I do. Yeah, thanks, man. Good choice. Yeah, I appreciate it. You never know who you're talking to, but I do try to be honest. I don't try to hide too many things. I don't try to be incendiary, but I do try to be what you might call authentic. Let's go get the loot, and then I'm going to jump to the next room. Jim, Rob, you take care, man. It was really fun talking to you tonight. I hope I see you in the future, and I hope you have a wonderful week. There we go, loot all. Grab this one. We gotta get both of these loots before moving to the next gate. How much time do I have? We're doing good. We got 16 minutes left. Thereabouts. Loot all. Loot all. And now we can jump. Man, just under 3,000 rage rockets left. I think I should make it to the end of this timer. And then we'll go to Jeddah and sell, and I should be able to buy more rage rockets there. Alright, orbit that guy right away. Get the afterburner going. Lock everybody up that I can. Oh, we got some more that just showed up to the party. Okay, so I'm gonna want to unlock some. Looks like I want to get rid of all the 30 kilometers also. Okay, in favor of these guys. All 4 bays on this dude because he seems to be pretty beefy. Total Basque, I will read that chat here in just a minute. Nice to see you, man. I hope everything's going well for you this week as the week gets started. Okay, we are on our way. Let's go ahead and reload weapons. I'm doing a comparison total just to let you know. I am running missions for an hour. I have about 15 minutes left on this mission run. I'm doing level 2 missions, no salvaging. And then I'm going to go sell the stuff, and I'm going to find out how much I made per hour. And, or how much I could expect per hour. And then I'm going to do that again, only this time I'm going to salvage. Now, I did this test earlier today, and it looked pretty clear-cut that salvaging in addition to running the missions is the way to go, but I've only run that test once. So this should validate yay or nay for me if I get the same result. If I get a different result, then I probably got to test it again. Oh, we're not even close. Okay. Stop wasting ammo. Lock some more people up. Put all 4 bays on him. It looks like he's recharging shields. There we go. Didn't want to give him that chance. This guy here. Let's put 2 bays on him. So I'm running Scourge Rage Rockets. That's kinetic damage, and they hit pretty hard. Oh, we actually got some loot with that one, so I'll get that once we're done. The speed tanking seems to be working pretty good. We're taking minimal shots. Okay, hi, I want to offer promotion of your channel. Ah, okay, Total Bask, thanks, but no thanks. I appreciate the offer. I wish you luck in your endeavors. I don't want to hate on you like a lot of other people do. You're probably still not in chat, but I do want to say, hey man, you do you. If you can get it to work for you and you can make some scratch off of this, and it's a real service that provides an actual thing for people that are looking for that, then more power to you, and I wish you the best of luck. But I'm not looking for it, so it's not for me. All right, closing in on what should be the last target. Then we have to loot this, and then we will head back home. I have a feeling we can knock out another mission. Is this guy on the other side of this huge asteroid? He's gotta be. Yeah, he is. Okay, we're gonna have to actually manually do this. Let's go ahead and turn the shield booster on. There you are. I see you. $17, $16. Need them inside of 10. That's pretty big for a drone. That thing looked like it was my size. All right, we will loot you and head back to the other one. Which we need to manually tell the ship where to go, or we're going to run right back into this asteroid. Yeah, which we did. Now we should be able to direct approach it and turn off the shield booster. We can reload. Ah, it didn't open. There we go. Loot. Okay, dock.
Warp drive active.
How much time do I have left now? Do I think I can get another mission done? We have about... By the time we dock, we'll have about 7 minutes. I might be able to get a mission done if I'm quick about it. But I think I gotta be pretty laser focused. I'm gonna mute Mike and grab a drink.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay. So, request mission. See, Galente. So, decline that. And talk to the other level 2 mission. That's why I'm here, because they got 2 level 2 missions. And this one looks to be against pirates. Cargo delivery. I have to acquire a crate of silicate. Undock. Okay, what time is it? 10:40, so I have to go 4 hours, 10 to 11, 12, 1, 2. At 2:40 a.m. my time, I can talk to the guy again. Because if I turn down another mission
active.
within that window, that'll be 2 missions within 4 hours that I've declined from him, and it will hurt my standings with him. And as I understand it, it's not an insurmountable amount, but it's a pretty good chunk. It's something you'd like to avoid. So this should be the last mission I run before we head off to Jeddah to sell. And warp to location.
Warp drive active.
Bunch of ibises are here. Okay. Probably the warehouse. Normally there's a read more. Read details, need shipment, delivered, stored in one of our warehouses in Todaki. Okay. So that should be it. I'm all loaded up and primed to go. In case we get aggressed. I'm going to lock this up just in case, because I think I might actually have to blow it up. Well, it said it's one of our warehouses, so maybe not. Loot all. Okay, guys did show up, but we don't have to stick around for them. We can get out of here, and we're probably supposed to.
Active.
Templar. Is that a cruiser? It's a destroyer. So I think I'd rather just dip out. I've just lost too many of these ships for me to stick around for something that's a little bit unknown whenever I'm trying to test ISK per hour.
Warp drive active.
With how fast that went, I'm guessing I can run another mission. How much time do I have? Oh no, we really probably can't. We're at 3 minutes. So this will be it, and we'll just head to Jita from here. And then we'll do all of this again, but this time we will be salvaging. So it's a whole different process.
Docking request accepted.
I'll be bringing an MTU with me. I will be bookmarking locations, so you'll see how this is done. Accept, complete. Okay, and then open the inventory, and on item hanger, grab all of this, not the MTU. Bring it into here, and then we can open personal assets, set this as destination, go ahead and undock.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so if I think I have a mission loot. Looks like I have 2 of them. Bulk and value. Well, that's interesting. 1.3 mil. Okay, nothing of high value. So we have about 1.3 mil worth of loot to sell. It'll probably end up being around 800,000 is what I'm thinking. And then that should give me a total to run off of to get an estimate from. So it'll be all the mission loot plus what we sell here. And dock.
Warp drive active.
So it looks like, at least for the Twitch stream, that it's about maybe 12-second lag. There's my timer. It's not very far behind at all.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Yeah, on Twitch we just zoomed in, and I'm just now docking on the live game on my end. Alrighty then. So let's open up inventory and Control A everything, and then keep the Scourge Javelin, the Scourge Rage Rocket. Everything else should be sellable. Okay, over to item hanger. Sell items.
Today's forecast. Pirate activity seems higher than usual. Please fly safe as you exit the station.
I was predicting 850,000. Yeah, I got a lot less than that. 546. Okay, sell it all. And that's fine. And so So what I need to do now is make sure that I've gotten all my inputs. Okay. Open up my wallet. Open up my notes. And open up my calculator. Okay, so our current amount is 37,675,614. And then we are going to subtract what I started at, which was 35,538,826. How come that didn't give me an equal? I don't know why not. Let's try just using the numbers here. 37, 6, 7, 5, 6, 1, 4 minus 35, 5, 3, 8, 8, 2, 6, and that equals 2,136,788. So less than what I did this afternoon off screen. That might make sense because anytime you're doing split attention, like when I'm streaming and I'm talking while I'm doing stuff, it's gonna take a little bit off. 136, 788, but I'm guessing the ratio is gonna be the same because this is a pretty low number, especially considering Abyssals was giving me 18 mil. Yeah, 18 mil per hour. I mean, it's blowing it out of the water, right? But we will now put, well, that's going to be a different number here in a minute because I have to buy missiles. So inventory and Scourge Rage Rocket, view market details, look for something being sold in station, and buy, like, I think 4,000. Okay, that's gonna run me 168k even. Boom, 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 boom. Item hanger. Stack all. Okay, we're looking good. Yep. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to note this number that I'm at now for my ISK, and that's going to be 37 507 614. Okay, so for the next step, I am really hopeful that I don't make a mental error here, because it's easy to do until you get really practiced at this. But I'm going to set destination. We're going to head back. Whoa. There we go. So Baseki was bouncing around there for a bit. Okay, I'm going to mute Mike, and I'm going to go get my phone charger and get set up while we're warping for this next run. I'll be right back.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Okay, I am back. I can close personal assets out. Boy, I can't wait till we get to Starfield and I can explore
Docking
these
permission
planets
requested.
and
Docking request
start
accepted.
harvesting resources and build a empire or however it's gonna turn out. It's gonna be cool, man. I hope it is. All right, so step number 1 is we got to carry the MTU. Now that sucker, we don't want to lose that. That's a $12 million item. Okay. Second step. For this to work really optimally, we're going to need her to make a run of missions that don't include any Gallente. But as a backup, I need to know where I'm going if I have to ditch one of her missions. So to do that, we're going to bring up mission agents here, go to security agents. We're going to sort by level 2. And Kaiman has, you know what, we're going to go there. We should go there right now. It's 4 jumps away. Set destination. That means I'm going to have to come back here and I got to haul my cormorant out. But that will give us 2 agents that we can run missions for. Oh, shoot. You know what? I think the payouts are different, though. Because my standings with them are different. Yeah, to keep everything same, we really ought to just stay here. We'll head to Kaiman if we have to, and we'll just keep in mind that this is ballpark. I am anticipating that we're going to beat the ISK per hour price that we just got done with by quite a bit. So I have the MTU in place. Let's see what she has to offer. Oh, right off the bat, it's Gallente. Doggone it. Okay, decline. So we're done with this system. I can't use this system. Okay, we still have that other place set up, so undock. Oh man, that's gonna make a bit of a difference. I don't know how much difference, but some. All right, well, we're still setting up for this.
Active.
It's gonna take a little while because I got to get the cormorant out there also. And it's 4 jumps away. What is a maelstrom? It is a battleship. Description.
Warp drive active.
With the Maelstrom, versatility is the name of the game. Its defensive capabilities make it ideally suited for small raid groups or solo work, while its 8 turret hardpoints, wow, present opportunities for untold carnage on the fleet battlefield. And what about the pilot? Jacob Lee. He's a member of this company for 7 days. How long has he been around overall? These are one of the things I need to know about, like how to research people. Employment history. Okay, so he started at the State War Academy in 2022 at the end of November. So this particular character is just coming up on a year old. But the person behind the character may, have a much deeper history. What's his standings look like?
Active.
These are all in relation to me. Okay. So these are just little things I'm trying to teach myself about how to research somebody and find out more about them, because it's a dangerous world here. And trying to size somebody up is part of it. Part of the survival.
Warp drive active.
Alright, so these agents I probably don't have anywhere near the personal standing with, but they are the same corporation. So that should mitigate price differences, I hope, quite a bit. But I just really don't know. It's not good that we're having to run from here. I know that much. We're going to go ahead and leave ship now. And we're just going to jet back in our pod to Kakakela so I can grab my cormorant. So this is what I was talking about. Like, you can get some sense of scale here, but it just wasn't like that time whenever I had the Gnosis, I think is what it was, sitting right on top of me. The ship was absolutely enormous compared to my Hawk. In fact, you know what? I don't think it was a Gnosis. It was in the same family that the Gnosis is from, so I kind of wonder if I was looking at a battleship, not a cruiser. Because I'm pretty sure the Gnosis is a battle cruiser. It's in the cruiser class for sure. It's not a destroyer. It's either a cruiser or it's a battle cruiser. And this was a ship that was similar to it, but not the exact same. You know what? Actually, it must have been.
Warp drive active.
Because the site I was at, I think the ship restrictions, you couldn't be larger than a cruiser. I don't know. I can't say for sure now, but it was a really awesome moment in EVE for me. Getting closer. Man, we're almost set up for this thing. I'm excited to see how it goes. I'm a little bit nervous that I'm new enough at this that I could see myself messing up and losing my MTU, but you know, I mean, the stuff I've been learning from losing all of these Hawks that I've lost and having to borrow money and make money back to buy them over again, and losing an MTU and having to learn how to scan it down. These are heavy prices that you pay in EVE. They're always a gut shot. They're not something you just necessarily shrug off. It sucks. But you learn from everything, man. It's just, to me, it adds to the immersion because it feels like real life. In real life, you know, you have mistakes that can happen where you really wish you had a do-over, but what happened, and there's no take-backs. That's part of recorded history now. Maybe you made a gaffe with somebody, and so it really hurt your relationship. You really can't get that back. That's always going to be in the back of somebody's mind. What you have to do is you have to repair the relationship from that point forward and try to add up more credibility. But no matter what, if you were batting 1,000 with that person, you're never batting 1,000 with them again. You messed up, you know. And so that's kind of how EVE feels. It feels there's just no takebacks. And so what are you going to do about it?
Warp drive.
Are you going to throw your controller on the ground and quit and say this game sucks? Right? Or are you going to find a workaround? Are you going to get back up? Are you going to get back in the saddle, so to speak, and keep working the problem? And I think for this game, that's where some of the immersion comes from. It's why people like GW Reed said EVE is... I'm quoting from him. This is on Rumble. I think I missed him. I didn't see this quote until after he had left chat, but he says, EVE is easily the biggest and best game for frickin' years now. And I think if you could talk to him and ask him, he would say, like what I'm talking about here, that's a major part of it. There's just not... I don't think there's another game out there that does it like this. And this is the softer, kinder, gentler version of EVE, man. I mean, this game back in like...
Docking permission requested.
I don't know, 03 to 07?
Docking request accepted.
Not only was it the harshest death penalty in all of gaming, but it was just redonkulous, man. Like, it hurt. It hurt. So, let's see. Let's open up personal assets. We're at Kakakela. And I want to get into the Cormorant. Okay, and I needed to keep that open. Personal assets. Kaiman is where I'm going. It's 0.7 space, so... You know, it's not low sec, it's still high sec, but you could get ganked here. Versus where I'm at, which is 1.0, it's very, very slim chance that you get ganked here. But in Kaiman, we're running more of a risk.
Drive active.
So this is my salvaging ship. Where am I at with this? Does it show me a different mastery set? Small hybrid turret. Oh yeah, because this is a turret ship, so there's a lot of skills here that I don't have filled out. So I'm only certified at mastery level 1 on the destroyer. I totally forgot about that. I'm about to hop from a frigate to a cruiser. I need to go take a look at my missile boat destroyer. I forget what it's called. It starts with a C also. And let's see where I'm at with that. Personal assets, JITA 4, Corax. Show info. I'm at level 2. It's at the same exact place as my assault frigate. It looks like. Missile bombardment 4. And need projection and upgrades and target nav.
Warp drive active.
Johnny 5. And a Vexor, one of the most classic ships in all of Eve. And that's for tech level 3. Yeah, it looks exactly like my assault frigate. Are these skills the same? Rockets? Huh. Okay.
Warp drive active.
Oh, there's a Heron here doing some exploration, perhaps for faction warfare. Oh, a lot more. Venture. A bunch of Ventures. And a Corax. And dock.
Warp drive active.
I love how this thing looks whenever it's warping. Look at that, isn't that amazing? The colors go well together. Everything just kind of lights up as it heats up, you know, and then it cools down whenever it comes out of warp.
Docking
Man,
permission
and
requested.
that's just
Docking
awesome to
request
me.
Accepted.
Okay, so we need to get back into the Hawk. All right, now, at this point in time, I want to start the timer. There we go, timer started. Level 2s. Oh, dang, man, just right off the bat, Galente. Rogue drone harassment, there we go, accept. So they do this to me sometimes where there's just a whole grip of agents that are giving me nothing but Galente missions. So we're down to this one guy. That means that whatever Galente missions come up, I think I'm going to have to accept them. And that sucks, but that is the way it is.
Warp drive active.
If I want to get this comparison done. They did me dirty on that, man. 3 agents in a row. Galente, Galente, Galente. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to want to do here is I'm going to want to set the location. So add location. That's why I have my locations tab open down here. Not yet. We're not there yet. It's in the next system over. And I don't really know if this is the smart way of doing things or not, guys.
Warp drive active.
Because the way I do it, I leave my MTU. But I have not had problems before, so we'll see Hopefully, I mean, we're in 0.7 space, so it's a little bit easier for theft to happen. But I'm going to add a location right here. Submit. And then we're going to activate this warp gate.
Warp drive active.
Sometimes Concord doesn't let you drop these out, and I notice it happens to be when you have to go to other systems. So we may not be able to drop an MTU here. No, we were able to. All right, very good. We're going to rotate around that MTU while I lock targets up. And it looks like we're actually going to have to approach them. I think I've got their attention. And this one's the closest one. So I'm going to orbit, open fire, open fire, open fire, open fire. I should create what I call an anchor point here pretty soon. Oh, they're actually a little bit beefy. But once I kill one of these guys, then I can rotate around the wreckage. Okay, there goes. There's one right there that I can rotate around. Open fire, open fire. All right, good deal. Move on to the next group. Start locking them up. Should be able to get all 5. Mackinac. Open fire, open fire, open fire, open fire. I can use this tab here to better see stuff. This is kind of what I use for my combat tab. I got it from Aceface, but then I modified it to include pretty much anything that would be NPC or PvP related. Okay, go back to general. Where's my MTU at? Right here. I want to approach that. And I'm going to scoop it. You know, I was talking about putting a micro warp drive in here earlier. I don't think I can. I believe the reason it was with the afterburner was because that's all it can fit. This is a really tight fit, and that's with some great skills. Let's see. Scoop to cargo hold. So that MTU is just to the best ability that it could while I fought. Is just pulling all the wreckages in close so that whenever I get out here with my Cormorant, it's a lot faster. Everything's in range right there. It looks like I'm probably going to have a small group that's not in range, but that Cormorant does have a micro warp drive on it, so it won't be a problem. Okay, I got it. And we can activate the gate. So yeah, see, there's a group out here that's out at 60 kilometers. So that's where the micro warp drive will come into play.
Warp drive active.
Now you're going to see this is a significantly slower process, but we're going to make a lot more money. All right, I'm just going to target this guy because until I see more, I don't have a need for a mobile tractor unit here. I'm assuming there is going to be more. There was not. Okay, so set destination. I do have my MTU. We will head back and grab the Cormorant.
Warp drive active.
I want to know about the Mackinac. I've heard that name before. Oh, it's an exhumer. So he's mining. Oh, that's cool. Cool stuff.
Warp drive active.
It seems to me like the new stuff they came out with to give corporate goals is going to so help corporations really begin to put together projects and get things done quickly. It gives, not only does it allow corporations to track who's actually contributing and stuff like that, but to me, from the player perspective, where I'm not a CEO, right? I've never even been in a corporation. I would be a worker bee. But it gives me an incentive and it gives me direction of something to do. I can just see a list of what the corporation is aiming to do and the little things that they need done to accomplish those big goals. That to me is exciting. So we'll complete that mission. Request. Ooh, I did not mean to request another one. Let's delay it. Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. Just delay it. And not that that was a big deal. I don't think it was, but I need to move over. Actually, it should be under inventory. It's easier to see here. Cormorant, make active, undock. And set destination. Okay.
Warp drive active.
So in this case, I did not leave my MTU out there. I didn't need to. Man, that's awesome. It just looks so mean. Somebody did some great work with that, with the moving panels and deciding where the glows would go and all that artistic vision that you need, the imagination and creativity. Warp to within 0.
Warp drive active.
Well, I expected to find Rex here. I don't know why I don't see him. And I assume it's because I completed the mission. I think that's why. That sucks. Okay, well, lesson learned. Lesson learned. Hard lesson. Really throws off my ISK even more. ISK per hour. I don't feel like this is a good test. Okay, we got to get out of here.
Warp drive active.
That Mackinac is all I'm seeing, but there are other people here. Who's the pilot for this? Oh, it doesn't say. Why doesn't it say? I thought it was supposed to. Name, Greed Inc. How come I don't see Greed Inc. in local? See, that's what kind of... I don't know what I'm doing. There.
Warp drive active.
I just realized too, what if they give me a mission where I have to do data and analysis? That ship is all the way back. Oh my gosh, this is probably a ruined test. Just too many things going wonky. We'll stick with it anyway.
Docking permission requested.
But I'm not
Docking
liking
request
how it's
accepted.
turning out. Might have to give this another try tomorrow. So I want to switch back to my Hawk. And then Garistas, spies, okay. That's good. Pirates. I have my MTU and set destination. Man, they don't like to have me operate in this system,
Warp
do they?
drive active.
Reload all. Okay. Warp to location. Oh, so I want to get rid of this. Remove location, yes. Jove Observatory. Okay, there's the acceleration gate. Go ahead and add location and submit, and then activate the acceleration gate.
Warp drive active.
Okay. Let's orbit. Maybe this. Okay, can I dump my MTU out? Yes, I can. Okay, that's good. Taking initial damage, but that should drop as I cut the DPS down. This guy's almost done. All right. Excellent. Okay, moving on to the next group. I think we're gonna have time to reload. I'm going to try and orbit this little thing right here. Comm tower or whatever. They are... I'm the one closing. They haven't reacted yet. This one maybe. No, not yet. Well, we're in the action now. Objective is to destroy all enemies in vicinity. I don't have to pause to loot this time around, really, because my MTU should get it.
Warp drive active.
Now, I better not mess up this time around, because if I do, then I will lose my MTU. I think tonight I'll probably pay that 22 mil back that I owe my other character. Be all caught up with my debt so that I can get back to making a
Warp
profit.
drive active.
This is an empty system, it looks like. I am scanning relatively
Docking permission
close
requested.
at 10 AU.
Docking request accepted.
Okay, do not talk to agent. Do not talk to agent. I need to have my inventory opened, and I need to switch to my cormorant. Try that again. And undock. While setting this as my destination. Okay. Fingers crossed that this works. It would be a shame to lose an MTU again. I'm honestly kind of questioning how much I need an MTU, because this Cormorant is fast with that micro warp drive. But since I have one, then why not? You know? You know, you saw I didn't have to go get that loot because my MTU will loot it, so it helps cut down on time. And down here, warp to location.
Warp drive active.
And then we should be able to take the Stargate into the room where my MTU is at. Salvage everything, grab the MTU, and come back home.
Warp drive active.
Okay, looking good. Head in, activate the micro warp drive. Looks like it's pulling in the last wreck. Pulse off. Everything needs to be within 5,000 meters. Plus and then scoop. Ooh, actually, well, I did scoop it. Dump it back out there. Oh, there's the cargo container, so loot all. There we go. Okay, now. Scoop. Confirm I have it. I do. Okay, set destination. And we out.
Warp drive active.
Simple as that. If we go to sort by mission loot bulk and mission loot valuable as well. Nope, that's not going to be it. What about salvage? I don't have a salvage filter. Valuable items, that would be the MTU. Okay. Well, I know this is about 12 million, so I'm looking at 400,000, maybe less. Which is not very much, but it's added on top of the mission payout and the mission bonus.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay. And start conversation. Complete that mission. Okay, I'm going to close this for now. I'm going to open up my inventory and drop everything into item hanger. I'm going to switch back to my Hawk. And I'm going to grab the MTU again. And now I'm going to request mission. Gone Berserk. Terrorist fanatics. Okay. Not like I have a choice anyway. We just gotta hope this guy doesn't give me any Galente missions. We got about a little over a half hour to run. Warp to location. This one's in system. That's good.
Warp drive active.
And I want to get rid of this spot and get ready to add this next location. Submit. Okay.
Warp drive active.
Okay, there's the baddies. Destroy all enemies in the vicinity. I don't want to dump this MTU out just yet. Right about now, I think. Okay, MTU out. 2 bays on him, 2 bays on his buddy. Need to close the gap. 14 kilometers out. There we go. Okay. These guys are all popping out at range. My MTU, I believe, if I recall correctly, has a 125 kilometer range, so not a problem for the MTU. And the reason I dumped it out back there is it should bring it in closer to my warp in point whenever I'm in my Cormorant. I'm taking some heat because I'm slowing down every time I switch targets for who I'm gonna orbit. Yeah, see, I'm at a very low speed, so let's go ahead and put all 4 on the guy that's in range. Oh, look how fast he got out of range. He's on his way out now. Oh, I got him. But that's what they're doing. They're darting in and then darting out. So we're going to directly approach this guy. We got more guys on their way. I'm going to go ahead and pulse on my shield booster. That seemed like a hard hit. That dude is down for the count. On to the next group. Reload. We'll let the cap build back up by taking the shield booster off. Oh man, that's not a good spot to be in. Let's rotate around this structure right here. Lock targets up. Put 2 bays on each, try and finish them off quick while they're in range. See, that first one was starting to get out of range. Same tactic here. Okay, kill it, they're out of range. Well, this guy wasn't. My skills are getting better, so that's playing a role. Let's approach him. We'll hit him real hard with all 4 bays. There, he's out. Head for this guy. Same thing with him. He'll get the full salvo. And he just can't stand up to that kind of heat. Too much firepower from my man here, Torvin. Let's head off this way. Can I? Need to get up away from this structure. Okay, approach this dude right here. They're doing a good job of spreading out. We gotta go over here. Okay. Now his buddy, which is in the same general area. Having to do a lot of direct approaches just because the way the structure is. Okay, these last 4 should be easy pickings. We can go ahead and shield boost, but we're handling it pretty easily. I'm going to put 2 bays on each.
A module has run out of charges.
We got some more. Reload while we're closing distance. That should be all she wrote. No, it is not. Okay, we got priest class. What are they? They are cruisers. Might as well reload. So these guys are gonna hit. They're gonna pack a punch. Looks like they are... This guy's on his own. He's at a different range than... Oh, did they warp out? No, he's up here. Okay. You can see they're barely grazing me right now. Alright, we're gonna set up for an orbit around him. Put all 4 bays on him. Let's see what kind of hate he's receiving. It's a lot. And he's done, man. That was fast. That was fast. That's okay, that's me. Oh, I'm not locked on here. Orbit him. All 4 bays. Oh my gosh, look at how hard. There, that's just with 2 bays. Now it's 4. Shields are gone. Armor's gone. Hull is gone. That's a disgusting amount of damage, man. Scourge rage rockets. 13 kilometers, 12, 11, 10, open fire. Okay. Dock.
Warp drive active.
You can see my MTU is pulling all the wreckage in. Okay, do not talk to the agent, do not talk to the agent, do not talk to the agent. Stream quality looks fantastic. Here lately, it's been very bad during waking hours, what I would call waking, like daylight hours. It's been pretty rough, but at
Docking
these
permission
hours,
requested. Docking request
it's looking
accepted.
pretty good. Oh, Vasocreta, I just now saw you, man. I'm so sorry. You running a mission or a nom? Those missile effects are so dang rad. Yeah, I agree. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a test. Are you still in chat? Let me ask that first. I don't want to talk to the guy. Inventory. Move over to the Cormorant. Make active. Okay, Vasco. Or Vaso. So, I ran a test earlier where I just ran level 2 missions without salvaging to find out how much ISK per hour I was making. And I got a number for that. And now I am doing an hour of level 2 missions with salvaging.
Warp drive active.
And I'm going to see what the difference is. But there are some factors at play here. I had to switch stations. I had 3 agents in a row offer me Galente missions that I needed to turn down. So now I'm just stuck with 1 agent. So there are some differing variables here that I wouldn't normally want, because the other station I was running at is the one that I always run missions at, so I got really high standing there. But for a ballpark, it should work still. So I'm going into the room now. I've got my MTU in there, pulling everything towards it. I'm in my Cormorant. I'm going to salvage all of it. I'm going to loot the MTU, scoop it, head back, and get the next mission. And at the beginning of this stream, I did a T0 Abyssal run where I ran 4 Abyssals in a row, and it looks like I was averaging around 12 million ISK. That one I only did 30 minutes, so it's an extrapolation. I had to do some math. But it looks like if you do the math, I was running not 12 mil. Not 12 mil, it was more than that. 18 mil an hour with the T0 Dark Filament Abyssals. Power off. So I'm a solo EVE player. I've been playing EVE since probably around 2005 or 6. But not a lot. Not a lot. So I'm still a total noob. Praxis Seizure, I miss this game. Every time I come back to try to do something different, someone from a decade ago reminds me of what I did then. Nice. Nice. Well, I have learned things over the years, but I am still definitely noobish. There's so much I don't know about. I've been playing since 2008, but not that much lately. Well, that is exactly true, Prax. Yeah. Those were for chat to know. These are Rumble chats, and that's what Vaso was saying. Okay, let's grab these. Man, I've been so excited about Rumble here lately. They are really, I've been with them since almost from the beginning. But I really just had a channel with them. I didn't upload content or stream until about a year ago. I think a year ago is when I started uploading content or sharing my YouTube stuff. Before that, I just came to Rumble to watch people that I liked, you know, that YouTube was like, we don't like you. But now I'm starting to stream on Rumble. And, I get so many more views. At least hits, you know. I don't know how long people stick around, but I get so many more than YouTube. It's really pretty ridiculous. Tech says, yeah, hopping on the Rumble train is the right choice. And Vaso says, I've been thinking about starting to stream on Rumble too. I play Eve and Dead Cells these days, and Praxis says Rumble's just different. It's not curated. Yeah, I agree with every single one of you, man. You know, I was telling somebody else earlier tonight that I'm really enjoying Rumble and Kick over YouTube and Twitch. Not so much because I've received a lot of grief from either of those platforms, but more the environment they have created makes me feel like I have to walk on eggshells. And to heck with that, you know? I vastly prefer places where I don't feel that kind of heat, you know, that kind of background unspoken pressure. And then on top of that, I don't get what do they call it, like the music copyrights and stuff. I don't get that stuff with Rumble and Kick. And it's not like oh, those aren't looted yet. This one's on its way in. Can I make it to this one before it gets warped? I don't think I can, but we'll give it a try. I better not. I'm trying to go for speed. Let's did you get looted? Yes. Yes. Okay, so approach. So what I was, to finish that thought, I'm not somebody who plays a whole lot of music that would get copyright either. I'm just talking like on both YouTube and Twitch, you could get nailed for game music, man. Well, I don't know about Twitch, but with YouTube, you could get hammered for video game music. And on Twitch, my opening song for opening my stream is from YouTube, Common. I forget what the whole name is, but you guys know what I'm talking about. So on YouTube, it's okay. On Twitch, they flag it. On Kick and Rumble, I don't have any problems. They don't say anything. You know, so it's not like I'm out there pumping, I don't know, Ariana Grande or whatever and stealing her music. I'm not doing any of that, you know, but I get flagged on these other platforms for stuff just because they have to be careful about it, I guess. 3, 4, there we go. Okay, let's loot this. So I've really just enjoyed the experience on Rumble, and I've really liked watching it grow over the years. Can you move? Oh, here, loot. As it's developed, as the pipes have gotten bigger, and it can handle more bandwidth, and it's improving its functionality and capabilities, I guess.
Warp drive
All right.
active.
Let me check chat again. Tech says YouTube and Google are starting to throttle people who turn off all their ad and tracking and make it harder for people to enjoy. Wow. Vasocreta, totally agree. I don't want to get all nervous that my stream will get shut down if I happen to say the word gun. Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm with you. I'm in that camp. Praxis seizure. Yeah, YouTube is becoming TV of old. Yeah,
Docking
Praxis, that's a good
permission
point.
requested.
Streaming
Docking
services
request
are
accepted.
garbage save for a real gem here and there, not worth the sub. Vaso says, I am not sure that I have ever seen the Quorum used as a salvager. Oh yeah, I'm still using the Catalyst. Well, I'm Caldari. So all of the gunboats for each one of the main factions, they have 8 turrets. So they're really good for oh shoot. No, that's the item hanger. Okay. Phew, I thought I left my my MTU, man. Okay. Let's what am I doing here? Control A, there we go. Item hanger. Go to item hanger. Stack all. Make active. How am I looking for time? I've got 11 minutes and 20 seconds left. Alright, start conversation. Complete this mission. Request another. What do you want me to do? No Galente? Ugh! Alright, well, we're gonna have to go kill some Galente. Accept. Close. Undock. Praxis, when I, as noob, I used Catalyst Salvagear. Yeah, so did I. George Bauer, positive. Mood Blues, happy jazz. Alright, thanks, George. Praxis, maybe Quorum has a bigger hold. You know, I'm not sure, guys. It's just that I'm Caldari, so I'm trained on those ships, and that's what I got. It works for me when it comes to salvaging. Mostly, I'm just interested in the 8 turrets. So I would be just as happy with a Catalyst. I'm just not trained for it. Vaso, Prax, I have used the same salvager since 2008. I've lost count of how many MTUs I've forgotten in space. Oh man, I'm happy to know I'm not the only one. Okay. What are we supposed to be doing here? You need to approach ripped superstructure. Okay. Where might that be at? Somewhere here. I guess the whole thing, maybe? Ruined structure. I don't have it on my... This is where I'm noobish. I got this set up from Aceface, and I'm not exactly sure how to adjust it, because obviously this thing is filtered out. No poison clouds or anything. I'm not taking any damage. Hey, see you later, Vaso. Thanks for dropping by, man. Look forward to running into you again on stream, Aesop. Thank you. I appreciate that, buddy. It was fun talking with you. I hope you have a great week. Deadly arrival. So something blew this thing up when it arrived. That's pretty close. Is there another element I need to be approaching? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, here's the Galente. What do they got here? Stasis tower. Oh, that's gonna mess me up, man. Okay, so the very first thing I want to do is try and take this guy out. So I'm going to load my Javelin rockets actually for a little bit of extra range. I need to start healing. This actually might be a problem. I need to be ready to warp out of here if I need to. We're crawling at 100 meters per second. Another stasis. I didn't see that. That's closer. Well, I should be cap stable, so I think I can heal through it, but not if they have frigates show up. I don't don't think they're gonna have frigates, so this is a trap. Yeah, that's what this is, a booby trap. This is like a proximity mine. So they sit here cloaked until a ship comes by and triggers them. So we're not gonna have any frigates show up, I don't think. I think they're just all set up to form a ring of death. And that's what happened to this guy here. I was wondering why my speed was dropping some more, and it's because this second stasis tower popped up behind me. Cap is looking good. Recharge rate seems to be keeping with the usage. Okay, what's my optimal range here? 15 kilometers. Crawling. Even as part of a pro PvP military would never aid the Rex. Was perfect for ninja salvaging with the University alt. Cat alt and Viator alt could get the battlefield cleaned right up. Nice. Okay, 17 kilometers. Let's see what we can do. Can we reach out and touch somebody from this range? 15 was optimal, yeah. Heck yeah, I probably could have opened up on him a lot earlier. Okay. 62 kilometers out from this other stasis generator. Oh, wait a minute. What's this guy? Oh. They did send fighters in. I don't know how many. Can I hit you from here? Nope, a little bit too far. But at 17, I should be able to. Try again. Okay, commit everything. Man, I could see this mission shooing up players that aren't ready for it. $19, $18, $17, open fire on this Faxi. Cap is still hanging in there. Oh boy, we're starting to take more damage though.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
Okay, how about now? Am I still... Yeah, I'm still getting peppered pretty hard. 71 kilometers away, man. Oh, we're moving at a lot quicker pace now, though, than we were. Add this location. Am I too far away to... I might be too far away. That might have been too soon.
Module has run out of charges.
Yeah, it was. At 17, I think I can hit him. Okay, next up, 32 kilometers out. We are starting to heal through their DPS. My timer has gone off, so this will be the last mission. This is a doozy of a final mission. Now is apparently different. You can make the wrecks come to a central point and then just defend it with combat ships. Oh, neat. To keep people from ninja salvaging your corporation's kills. Hey, Praxis, is the new corporation goal setting helping your corporation be more coordinated and like your low-level people be more productive and stuff, and you're able to get projects done quicker, or did you guys already have that pretty much figured out? I haven't played since 2010 for real. Like I said, each time I try some... Oh yeah, that's right, that was you, huh? Someone from the past makes it weird, and so I stop. Oh, okay.
A module has run
Okay. Maybe I can crawl my way to this stasis unit. I really probably need to go ahead and do that. And I saved the location, so I'm going to dump my MTU and let it start doing its work. They can't push me past this point on my cap, so I feel relatively safe. I can play on alts too and people friggin' recognize me. That sucks. Oh man, that sucks. How does you have no anonymity, huh? As an introvert, that would really bother me. that I can't really get away from everybody. This is a long ways to go. But I think overall, if I just make this, if I slug it out, going the distance out here and take that stasis tower down, it'll actually shorten the time of the whole mission. That's what you get for flying with Rocks and Kings, a beautiful blessing and a horrible introvert hostile curse. Rooks and Kings. Is that one of the bigger corporations in EVE? These are things that I'm completely unaware of. I've heard of Goon Squad, and I only recognize them because I ran into them in World of Warcraft, so I knew who they were. But when it comes to big corporations in EVE, let's see, I can think of Brave off of the top of my head. I know I've read some other corporations' names before because I've read a little bit about the wars. Your ignorance is a treasure. Hang on to it, huh? You can find out on your own. Yeah. Yeah. Man. Well, I'm thinking, well, I'm going to be getting into Starfield here pretty soon, so I don't know how long that's going to carry me for before, but I would imagine it'll take up all my time, and I'll take a hiatus from EVE. But whenever I come back to EVE, I want to, I'll probably join EVE University and just learn some basics on the areas I don't know about, such as PvP. I'm really terrible at PvP. And then I think I want to join some kind of a small faction warfare corp and just work on some faction warfare. But I've always heard you don't really want to do that with your main because, you know, if you want to travel to Galente space for some reason, you're going to get blown out of the sky. So I'm not quite sure how I'll handle that just yet, but I figure once I get in Corp, they'll probably have plenty of advice for me. But that was my plan when it came. It would be the first corporation I've ever joined. I've always played EVE solo. Here we go. Let's open fire. See if we can get this stasis tower taken care of. Oh, I don't have them locked. Let's see, here we go. I would like to do the same, Grim, with my main because I love murder. Yeah. Alright, here we go. go. Now we're cooking with grease. Three and 4 aren't doing anything. Let's put 3 and 4 bays onto the Gallente Sentry that we are hitting. Okay, you're next. Okay, go ahead and open fire and take out the Incendiator, and then we'll move on to this Sentry here. Things are starting to look good now. Yeah, those explosions really do look nice. Okay, I think I can turn my shield booster off. I want to orbit him so that it forces his turret to track me rather than just going straight in. Open fire. Oh, some Republic guys just showed up. Man, it does hit pretty hard.
A module has run out of charges.
Okay. MTU doing its work. Needed to reload. We're in a little bit close for a reload now, but maybe I make it. 17 is where I should be able to open fire. Oh man, I'm getting hit pretty hard. Okay, that guy's off the board. These sentry units pack a wallop. It's not enough to take me down by themselves, but you start throwing in enough support fire from frigates and destroyers and stuff, and that starts to be enough. Pulse off again. again. That's impressive.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
Wow. That's a different kind of explosion than the other ones had. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and RTB and grab my Cormorant.
Drive.
I do have the spot saved.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Now we're well over an hour, but that's an unusual mission, and I was really close to... I think if that was a normal mission, I would be pretty close to an hour on the spot, so I'm just gonna press on with the calculation once we're done here. I gotta haul all this stuff to Jeddah. Sell it.
Warp drive active.
Okay. No surprise enemies, that's good. Ba-boom. All right, loot everything. So that was Minmatar also, so I'm going to take hits to both Gallente and Minmatar. Wow. There it goes. Oh good, he is bringing in the cargo containers, it looks like. I was worried that that wouldn't count or something. I nuked myself with the end boss's metaphysical artillery. Don't put strange things in fires. Nice praxis. What game are you playing right now? I think I can get to this guy pretty fast on my own. Battleground 3 Game of the Year. Nice. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3, got you. Yeah, that is probably going to be Game of the Year. Yeah, people have been raving about that. I guess it's just one of those, you know, that people are just really happy with how the company did things. It's not loaded with pay to win or cosmetic buy this or buy that. It doesn't look like it's set up for a subscription, or there probably will be DLC in the future, but the game is complete without it, and I've heard nothing but good things about it. Best RPG I've played since Dragon Age Origins. Wow. Wow, that's pretty good. I played Dragon Age Origins also.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right. So grab everything, deselect the mobile unit. Everything else should be good to go. Okay, so drop all that to item hanger. Stack all, and it's saying I've got 1.4 mil. Okay, so I will hop into my Hawk and just leave the MTU in my Cormorant, and then grab all this stuff And we will head to Jita. Inventory, personal assets. Oh, and I need to complete the mission. I don't know if I got a, I don't know if I got a bonus for time on that one. I did. Okay, that's good. All right, close. Undock. Looks like we're 3 jumps out. Yeah, I don't think I've heard a single solitary person say anything bad about Baldur's Gate 3. It's been all rave reviews. And I've not looked up a whole ton of reviews on it because it's not... I wouldn't say it's not a style of game that I like, because I do like RPGs, but the D&D universe, I don't know what it is. I couldn't even tell you, but there's something about it that it doesn't appeal to me. So it's not that I've looked up a bunch of reviews or anything because I'm not too interested, but I've looked up a handful, 3 or 4. I watched Fightin' Cowboy play it for a little bit, and
Warp drive active.
I haven't seen anybody say anything so much as even a middling comment about it. It's all been like what you were saying. It's all been like this is game of the year.
Warp drive active.
It's got a ton of crappy bugs, but they are overshadowed so hard by how immersive the game is in character and sincere choice, like how Mass Effect was, but 10 times more complicated. Wow, that's high praise. I really enjoyed the Mass Effect series. Mass Effect 1 in particular. The other 2 progressively got worse in my opinion. Well, I liked Mass Effect 2 a lot, but I don't think anything could top Mass Effect 1. And Mass Effect 3 was kind of just, everybody was a little upset about that. And you're saying it's a lot better than that, huh? Wow. So I've heard that the characters and the story is just flipping amazing. I'm sure they'll get the bugs figured out. It's a brand new game.
Request accepted.
They'll get that patched sooner rather than later, I'm sure. All right. Items. All of this stuff into the item hanger. All right, so we're probably gonna get maybe 700 to 750,000 out. I'm gonna say 800,000 again. It's estimating 1.4 mil. Oh, we're already over 800. 900. 1 mil. Creeping towards 1.1. Probably not going to make it though. Oh, real close. 1.1 mil. And still climbing.
Today's forecast. Pirate activity seems higher than usual. Please fly safe.
Okay, 1.128. And there we go. Okay, so now I need to bring up my notes. Notepad, wallet, and calculator. All right, so the number I'm at now is 40,413,454. And the number I started at was 37,507,614. 2,905,840. That's only a little bit more than I did with no salvage, but as I said whenever I first started testing this second phase, I didn't like all the variables that changed. And I was real nervous that was going to impact the final numbers. So I will probably have to test this again in the near future. Yeah, because my first test here, it's almost a 2 million difference. 3.6 to say 5.4. Yeah, that's close to a 2 million difference. This one here is more like what's that, 800,000 difference. So that's quite a bit of drop off. Okay, well, that's gonna do it for me tonight. Oh, Praxis says quality of life improvements and bugs fixed. They're too numerous to count. Baldur's Gate 3 could be best game of the decade. Wow. Unless something better comes along. Have you ever tried Dead Space signatures in LowSec or Null? No. I have tried. Well, maybe it's the same thing. Well, I don't know. I think that I have done both DED sites and escalations. I think they're different things, but they might be the same. I'm not totally sure. And I got blown up doing an escalation because it sent me to 0.4 space, and I lost a Gnosis out there because I'm terrible at PvP. The guy sent me an email afterwards that said, rate your experience. What was it? It was like A, B, and C. The A choice was like, does it steal your resolve to learn more? B was, did it make you curl up into the fetal position and cry? And C, did it make you scream like a girl and want to head back to WoW? I was like, oh my gosh, that's pretty good. You know? So, DED leads to escalations. Okay. Yeah, I have tried those, but mostly almost my entire experience is in high sec. Yeah, that encapsulates Eve. Good words. Yeah. So I got a good laugh out of it. I thought it was funny. And some people don't. And those are the ones that he's talking about. They're like, I hate this game. You know, and so they dip out. But anyway, that's going to do it for me for tonight. Thanks for dropping by, Praxis. I enjoyed talking to you and appreciated the info on Baldur's Gate 3. I'll probably take some more looks at that just based off of some of the things you said. Because it is, man, I have not seen a single person say anything less than this game's amazing. So thank you very much, Praxis, and sayonara, guys. I'll see y'all later.